You have to use the Wi-Fi. At least the last time we were in person.
Uh-huh.
If you don't use the headphone, you're gonna have a
No, I didn't have one last time.
living in person.
Hmm.
Oh, okay, then it.
Someone did, but I didn't.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see. Something is not right. Is that too high? All right.
Eventually, this will all be.
How do I look? Do I look like I'm comfortable, or do I look? I guess
I
the
think you
camera.
could tilt it down a little bit. Which is your camera? Oh, it doesn't work that way.
I guess I'm using the camera on this one,
Yeah,
so
I like it. I like it when it's giving you more of a down angle.
it's because I'm using this screen, but the camera is on a. It's
Yeah.
right. So that's why. That's why it's yeah.
Oh, let me get logged in. Going around.
Yeah, that's well. I just had to start early to make sure that we we are okay. We don't have any problems. So we can hear you. Um, you don't need to test anything. We can hear you.
I can't hear it. I couldn't hear myself. I couldn't.
All right. That's you don't have one at home. Oh, you've never. So what headphone do you use in your home?
Because I guess they're at home.
Oh, I guess. Well, I have to use the headphones at home because I'm told that my in the change backgrounds. That was told. Are you connected there?
I am.
Okay.
But it's fine now.
No, we haven't. Oh,
Downloaded from somewhere.
oh, I didn't realize. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Sorry. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(h) of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 10 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. And give me 1 minute, please. All right. Our fourth order of business today, it's a protest hearing status case number 24 PRO 00114. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning, Chairman. Hicham bin Kraba, your access has been elevated. Carla Lewis, your access has been elevated. That is all.
Hicham bin Kraba, present.
Sir, can you turn your camera on if you're able to? The licensee, can you turn your camera on if you have one, please? Hello? Mr. Hicham, are you there, sir?
Sir, I'm here.
Do you have a
I'm
camera you can turn on, sir?
I did. I see myself.
Well, I can't see you, sir. If
Okay, let me
if
see.
I'd seen you, I wouldn't ask if you had one to turn on. All right, yes, I can.
Can you put? Is there any way you can put Mr. Hamid up, please? He's the one who has all the paperwork needed, please.
Who are Mr.
Hamid.
Okay, I see him on the screen.
He's the representation.
Okay. Does he have a camera he can turn on?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Good morning. All right. Good morning, sir. I guess Mr. Hamid, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your role this morning, sir?
Yes, it's Hamid Nishahan, first name Hamid, last name Nichhine.
And who are you, sir?
I am representing North Capital Juice LLC in this
Right.
matter.
And we have who's the other person who's here today?
The applicant.
So can he identify himself for the record by stating and spelling his name?
Oh, sure.
Hello? Sir, can you spell and state your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Isham Benkraba. First name Isham, Hicham. Last name Benkraba, Benkraba.
And what's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I'm the applicant.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Ms.
sir.
Lewis. Ms. Lewis, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Carla Lewis, Karlalewis, and I am representing ANC 5E.
Good morning, Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Nitch, pronounce your name again for me, please, sir.
Yes, it's Hamid Nishahan.
Mr. Nitchham,
Yes.
I apologize. Are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board this morning?
Yes, good morning, board members. We have been trying to figure out from the ANC what is exactly their concerns and feedback about the protest and the points that we can actually address any settlement agreement or any proposed compromise. Now, up until yesterday, we just learned about the first concern the ANC has raised, which is the operating hours.
We don't need to hold on, sir. We don't need to talk about the like specifically what is going on.
Yeah.
But what you said so far was fine.
Okay.
So you're saying that yesterday you had, go ahead.
I said that because I was going to request to reschedule the protest hearing coming up since we have a mediation scheduled 2 days before the protest hearing.
All right. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. This is a new license, and if you are the licensee applicant, and if you want to request that we continue the hearing, we can do that. Ms. Lewis cannot request that we do that, but as a licensee, if you want for it to be continued, I have no problem. We will reschedule it for a different date.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's why I raised it in a preliminary statement. But
okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks. Ms. Lewis, any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No.
All right. It appears that the licensee is open to having further conversations to see if this matter can be settled. Currently, this matter is scheduled for protest hearing on January 8th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. The licensee, the applicant is requesting for a continuance. I assume, Ms. Lewis, that you have no problem granting continuing this matter past January 8th.
No, that's fine.
All right. So our office will advise the party of the new date for the protest hearing, and I wish you good luck in your continued negotiation. And if this matter can be settled, the board supports settlement. And whatever assistance that the agency can provide the parties, we will do that. So I said before, so this matter will provide you on a later date for the protest hearing. All right. So good luck with your negotiation, and have a happy holiday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy
Same to
holidays.
you. Happy
Happy
holidays.
holiday. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. All right, we now move to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case in our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 24 CIT 00315, Thirst Lounge, license number 126287. Good morning again, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the licensee and the government in this case, please?
Sure. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. And Colin Chinchi, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Mr. Chair, Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mixon. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel for the licensee Thirst Lounge, CAMERONMIXON.
Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Chenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case? Mr.
I just want to verify that Mr. Mixon is in receipt of the offer in compromise. We have sent it to the licensee, but I don't believe it's been sent directly to Mr. Mixon.
That's correct. We've received taking it under advisement.
Okay.
All right, fine. All right, if this matter is now settled, it's scheduled for our show cause hearing on February 5th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind both parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions?
Not from the government.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00268. License, it's Apayo, license number 94795. This matter is canceled. An offer in compromise has been offered to the board for its review and consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00016. 24-hour convenience and deli, license number 127260. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
Sure. Riaz Hossein, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, sir. This is
Um,
Riaz Hossein.
Good morning. Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Oh, sure.
Well, if you don't, we can move on. All right. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Start with the government.
Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Hussein, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
Okay. My name is Riaz Hossein, RIAZ Hossein, HOSSAIN, Hossein.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
My license is now.
Hold on. Are you the owner of the establishment, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I was asking. All right. Mr. Fenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I just want to confirm that Mr. Hussein has received the offer in compromise.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Hussein, what were you saying?
Yes, yes, sir. I'm here, sir. I really don't know about that thing.
I'm not following you, sir. What is it that you're saying?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
So the case, I really don't know about this thing, sir. My license is safekeeping now. Actually, I don't know about this thing.
Okay, so you're saying your license is in safekeeping, and you do. So how long has your license been in safekeeping? Are you are you operating the business, sir?
We do only convenience, no more beer, wine, no
And
more.
since when? And when did you stop selling beer and wine, sir?
When I remember when I applied for safekeeping, from that time is more than 6-7 months. If I'm not doing anything is wrong, I believe so, sir.
All right. I don't know when this matter, Mr. Tenchi, when is this matter? When did this violation this occur?
One moment.
Could you, sir? Could you please repeat to me again, sir, please?
Yeah, hold on. I was just asking a question to the government. Just hold on a minute, sir.
It does appear
Okay,
that the
sir.
violation is from February of 2024. So it might be before the safekeeping
Okay.
application.
All right, sir. This is an issue. Whose case is this, Mr.
This is Mr. Stello's case, Chairperson.
All right. Mr. Hussein, you need to have a conversation with the government regarding what issues or concerns that you're having. I know you stated that you're no longer selling or serving alcohol, but it appears that this matter occurred in February of 2024. But this is a conversation. The government will contact you, and you can have a conversation with them about it.
Okay, sir.
This matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 29th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, sir.
And if this matter goes to a hearing 7 days prior to the hearing, if you have documents and witnesses that you need to rely upon, you need to provide a copy of it to the government, and you also need to provide a copy of it to ABCA Legal. Has the government do you know whether or not the government has contacted him, Mr. Tenchi?
They should have sent an email yesterday, so if I can just confirm that he's received that email.
Mr. Hussein, have you received an email from the government's attorney regarding this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. So why don't you talk to that attorney and explain to him what is going on, and then we'll see what happens. But you need to have a conversation, sir, with that attorney. If you need to have a translator, you can also reach out to our agency, and our agency can provide you an interpreter.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so if this matter is not settled, then it's scheduled for a hearing on January 29th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, sir.
Okay? All right. Thank
All
you,
right.
sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right.
God bless you. Have a blessed day.
All right. Bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 24-251-00027, barcode. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Sure. Manala Mahmood, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, sir?
Chenchi, Collincenci, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Ms. Mahmoud, can you please identify yourself for the record, ma'am?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Manal Mahmood with Malleus O'Brien Sandground on behalf of licensee DMT Group, MANALLE MAHMOUD.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Tenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Just would like to confirm that Ms. Mahmood is in receipt of the OIC email. I know one was sent out yesterday, but I don't know if it was sent to the licensee directly and not to her.
Thank you, Mr. Senchi. I can't confirm. It would have been emailed to my colleague, but we can confirm via email later on today, just to ensure receipt.
All right, thank you. Then this matter, if this matter is not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 29th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind both parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the documents and witnesses that would be relied upon at the hearing must be disclosed. Failure by either side to comply with the disclosure requirements, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been previously disclosed. Any questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you. Have a great day then. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00009, Chucks, license number 123728. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
I do not see the licensee in the waiting area.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Tenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record?
COLLINCENCI, Colin Chenchi, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir. The licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, the licensee is not required to be here. This matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 29th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind the government and the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent the party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions, sir?
No questions.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00331, Rebel Taco, license number 119836. This hearing is canceled. The license was canceled pursuant to board order number 2024-914, and because of the cancellation of the license, this hearing is canceled and the matter is dismissed. Then, prior to doing our next case, there was a summary suspension hearing for case number 24 ULC 00029, The Green Room. This was a licensed cannabis retailer. This matter is rescheduled for January 29th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. And the next case is a cease and desist case number 24 ULC 00038, Street Lawyer Services. This is a a request for a hearing on board order number 2024-715. This matter has been continued to January 29th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CC 00006, Peacock Liquors, license number 96105. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the government? There's an interpreter, and the witnesses that will be called in this case.
Sure thing. Raj Bomakanti, your access has been elevated. Johnny Brown, your access has been elevated. Investigator Vanessa Plates, access has been elevated. And Meskarim Baku, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Where's okay, Miss Sorry. All right, hold on. A translator, an interpreter was requested. Who requires an interpreter?
My manager, Ms. Gebra Mariam, who is sitting right next to me, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Balcom.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Meskrem Balko, Meskerem, first name, last name, Balkew, Amharic interpreter.
All right, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to faithfully translate these matters from English to Amharic and from Amharic to English?
I do.
Thank you. I because it's just for the witness, I don't think your services are required. The interpretation is not required until the witness actually testifies. So you don't need to interpret anything until that witness has been called to testify. Okay, ma'am? But that doesn't mean, so you can stay in the background. You don't need to interpret anything until the witness has been called. All right, so let me have the parties to identify themselves for the record. Good morning, Ms. Brown. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI-BROWN here on behalf of the district.
Good morning, ma'am. Mr. Boma, I apologize, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Raj Bommakanti, R-A-J, last name B for boy, O-M-M-A-K-A-N-T-I, Bommakanti. I'm the owner of Peacock Liquors.
Good morning, Mr. Bomakanti. Good morning,
sir. You can call me Raj, Your Honor.
I try to be I try to be formal but I will try my best to pronounce your name, sir. All right, thanks. Ms. Brown, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes. In this matter.
I can't hear you, Ms. Brown.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I still can't hear you, ma'am.
Oh.
Then you can. I don't know what did. Something happen here? Can you hear her? I can't hear.
I can hear her. I can hear Miss Brown.
I don't know what's going on, why I can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Speak again, Miss.
Are you able to hear me now?
Brown? No, I can't hear you. Just give us a minute, please. Everything was fine, and then all of a sudden.
Can you hear?
Ms. Brown, can you speak?
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Wonderful.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I'm sorry. Are there any preliminary matters, ma'am?
Yes. In this case, the parties were able to kind of streamline things. The establishment and the district are going to stipulate to and therefore are not contesting the facts asserted in the case report. So the case report is already part of the record pursuant to 23 DCMR section 1713.10, and the establishment only wishes to contest any penalty the board may impose as a result of the sale of the minor and failure to take steps to takes reasonable steps to determine the purchaser's age. But I can give a brief recitation of the facts if the board so requires. But the district.
So the bottom line is that the parties have agreed that they're stipulated to the facts, and so basically it's a penalty. So so do we need Is it, do we need your witness, Miss? So we don't need the government's witness.
Correct.
All right. All right. So the argument. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is the licensee, is he going to have his person testify just to? All right. Okay, then that's fine. So that's fine. So we can. All right. So all right, Miss Playtest, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Raj.
No, not you've done that. No, I'm talking about Miss Playtest, the investigator.
Hello, I'm a lead investigator, Vanessa Pleites, Vanessa, last name Pleitez.
All right. Good morning, ma'am. All right. We know we do not require your testimony today, so thank you for being here then, ma'am. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So what I will do then is that I'll ask the government to just give us a brief overview of the case and what the agreement is, and then we can move from. Hold on. Then we can since the applicant is asking, it's just a penalty phase, so the applicant will, I guess, will have the witness testify why is it that they were asking for a lesser penalty. All right. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Hold on 1 minute, please. I was having some issues before, and okay, we'll just be off the record, just for briefly. Okay, so we're off the record just for, 2-3 minutes. Okay, so we're off the record briefly. Okay, all right. I'll be. No one goes anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay, thanks. Okay, we're back on the record. All right. Okay, go ahead, Miss Brown. You can provide us an overview of where we are. Yeah.
Here are the facts that we are stipulating to. On Saturday, June 15, 2024, approximately 5 p.m., Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration investigators met with an undercover minor to conduct compliance checks. At approximately 6:55 p.m., ABCA investigator Ruiz directed UC to enter the establishment. UC entered empty-handed prior to ABCA investigator Vanessa Pleites, who observed UC the entire time. UC selected a bottle of Heineken, paid the cashier, later identified as Meseret Jebramariam, for the item, and exited the establishment with the bottle. UC brought the bottle to investigator Ruiz, who noticed the Heineken was non-alcoholic and directed UC to return the item and purchase an alcoholic beverage. Investigator Ruiz observed UC's next purchase. UC brought a can of Corona Light beer to the register. Miss Jebra Merriam rang up the beer and asked for the UC's identification. UC presented his identification, which stated his date of birth was 10/23/2003. Miss Jebra Merriam looked at the identification, returned it, and completed the transaction. UC paid Miss Jebra Merriam, left with the beer, and delivered it to Investigator Ruiz. At approximately 7:15 p.m., Investigator Pleites entered the establishment, identified herself as an ABCA investigator, and informed Miss Jebra Merriam that she sold alcohol to a minor. Miss Jebra Merriam read and signed a sale to minor notification form. Miss Jebra Merriam failed to properly review UC's identification, which stated UC was under 21 until 10/23/2024. Those are the facts.
All right, so I guess the licensee has agreed to the facts, and so therefore, the government, so we're at the penalty state, and so what is it that I guess before we do that, then I guess the licensee can then call a witness, how to explain their side, and then I guess you could cross-examine their witness. Okay, so Mr. Bomak,
Yeah, please call me Raj.
Mr. Raj,
Yes.
do you wish to, how do you plan to defend yourself here, sir? Tell me what you plan to do. You want to call her as a witness to it? Tell me what you want to do, sir.
It's not, it's less of a defense, more of a pleading, Your Honor. There are two issues here. She did request the identification from the customer, and many places across the world we use month and date reversibly. Sometimes the date comes first and the month comes later. And the grave mistake she made is reading 10 as 1. She thought it was January 2003 is the birthday, so he just passed by a few months. And since that day, that's the only thing we have been discussing. How she's not dyslexic, she just made a honest mistake and she regrets it rest of her life, and that's what she has been pleading. Months ago, I said maybe we don't have a case, but we both came to a conclusion that the establishment is not doing well. We have been robbed at least 5-6 times a year, holes in every wall of the establishment, and so we are pleading, not even defending. We are pleading, given the confusion that she went through, given what the establishment is going through. We are pleading if the board can give us a warning, and we'll be more careful. She's trained to look at the IDs, but a mistake was made. I want to apologize, and she would say the same thing, probably not not as fluently, but that's what she requested the interpreter. It's a pleading, not a defense, Your Honor.
But I'm aware, sir. Is there anything that you want to say, or is that it?
Yeah, instead of 10 as in October, she saw this as 1 as January, and the January would have been the customer would have been over the age. I think that confused her. That made her make the mistake. She did look at the ID.
I'm sorry. So what's the date on the ID?
It's reading 10, some date, and 2003, and she read it as 1 date and 2003. So this occurred in July, I believe. So she thought, okay, he's only a few months after his 21st birthday, and that cleared her mind, and she made the sale. I made an exhibit, Your Honor, to highlight how close the numbers were. It's 10/23/2003 versus 1/23/2003. So that was the big error that my establishment made.
So the the date of birth is actually 10/23/2003, and she thought it says 1/23/2003.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so, and when was this? I'm sorry, I shouldn't even. I'm not supposed to ask questions. All right, Ms. Brown needs to ask questions, and yeah. Anything else that any other representation that you need to make, sir?
No, Your Honor. If you want to hear from her, that probably she would say it in English, broken English, or in Amharic.
Well,
She's right.
it's up to you.
She's
I'm
right
sorry,
next to me.
it's up to you, sir. If you want her to state, then you can ask. Then it's up to you. You tell me. If you want her to, we ask for an interpreter. So if you want her to say something, then she's welcome to say it. And then Ms. Brown will have an opportunity to cross-examine. All right, so you can speak to and then the interpreter will explain to us in English. So you can speak in your native tongue, ma'am.
Sure. You can speak in English or Amharic. State what the mistake was made, and
I need you to speak in Amharic, ma'am. You're asked for an interpreter, so I need you to speak in the language that you're comfortable in.
The witness needs to be sworn in, though.
Yeah. I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you raise your right hand? Can you ask her to raise her right hand, please, ma'am?
ለቃለ መሃላ እጅሽን ቀኝ እጅሽን አንሺ።
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
ዛሬ የምትሰጪው የምስክርነት ቃል እውነትና እውነት ብቻ እንደሆነ ከዛ ያለፈ ከሆነ እንደሚያስቀጣሽ አውቀሽ ቃል ትገቢያለሽ? ቃለ መሃላ ትፈጽሚያለሽ?
እፈጽማለሁ።
አይዶ
All right. Do you have questions you want to ask her, or she's going to make a statement, sir?
ጥያቄ
No. I'm asking Mr. Raja. Are you going to ask her a question, or is she just going to make a statement? Which one is it?
only a statement, Your Honor.
Okay, fine. She can make the statement. Go ahead.
የምትናገሪውን ተናገሪ። እጅሽን አውርጂ። የምትናገሪው ካለ ተናገሪ።
ይቅርታ ነው የምጠይቀው። በቃ በስተት ነው። ቀኑ የ10/01 የሚለው ተምታቶብኝ ነው፣ ተሳስቼ ነው እና በጣም ይቅርታ አጥፍቻለሁኝ። ይቅርታ ያው ይደረግልኝ ለማለት ነው። ምንም ሌላ
I'm here to apologize and ask ABCA to forgive me. I make an honest mistake. I did a mistake, so I am asking for. I apologize and asking for forgiveness.
Is that it, or she has more she wants to?
በቃ ይሄ ነው ሌላ አለሽ?
እና ደግሞ ከዚህ በፊትም አጥፍቼ ማላቅም እና የመጀመሪያ ጊዜ ነው። ይህን ነው የመጀመሪያ ሚስቴክ የሰራሁት። ከዚህ በፊት ዋርኒንግም ምንም የለኝም።
This is my only and first mistake. I never received any warning or made a mistake and punished or prohibited or anything. This is my first mistake.
Is that it?
Becca?
Oh, Becca.
Yeah, that's it.
Ms. Brown, you have any questions?
No questions.
ያው ጥያቄ ያለሽ ወይ ነው ያሏት። የለኝም ነው ያለችው እሷ።
Any questions by any board members? The question then I'm sorry, I have a question. So what is the mistake that you made, ma'am?
ምንድን ነው እኔ ጥያቄ ያለኝ ምንድን ነው የሰራሽው ስህተት ምንድን ነው?
የቀን ልዩነት ነው። የ01 የሚለውና 10 የሚለውን ተሳስቼ ሁለቱን አዘዋውሬ ነው ያየሁት። ሳየው መጠየቅ ጠይቄያለሁ፣ ግን አቀያይሬ ነው ያየሁት።
I did request to see the ID, but I made a mistake on the date. It was I read 10 as 01. That's the mistake I made.
All right, Ms. Brown, do you need to ask a question based on the question that I asked?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. All right, so we can now do for closing. What is it that the government want us to do in this case?
Okay. Well, there's no dispute to the facts or charges in this case. Peacock Liquors has conceded that it sold alcohol to an underage person and failed to take steps necessary to ascertain whether the purchaser was of legal drinking age. Because the district has proven the charges in the notice to show cause, the district asked the board to apply the penalties consistent with DC Code Sections 25-781 F1 and 25-823 A1. Now, concerning charge 1 for the sale to minor. Investigative history indicates that Peacock Liquors already received a warning for the same conduct in 2022. Here, there is no dispute that Ms. Deborah Merriam sold alcohol to an underage person in this case. Therefore, under district law, the board is required to issue a fine of no less than $2,000 and must suspend the establishment's license for 5 consecutive days. The board may offer leniency by staying that suspension for a year, provided that Peacock Liquors employees complete an alcohol training program within 3 months. On charge 2, for the establishment's failure to ascertain whether the purchaser was of legal drinking age, this is a primary tier violation which is eligible for a warning. Here, the district asks that the board impose the minimum $2,000 fine and 5 days of suspension. And in light of Peacock Liquor's admission to liability, that its clerk did actually check the license and the clerk's purported reading error, the district recommends that the suspension be stayed pending completion of an alcohol training program, which will hopefully address how to properly ascertain a purchaser's age. And for the same reasons, the district also recommends that the board issue a warning for charge 2. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir, what is it you're asking the board to do, sir? Mr. Raj, what is it you're asking the board to do for both charges?
I request leniency and perhaps another warning this time, and it can be. We will make sure we get more training and we will not make any mistake.
And so that's what you're asking the board to do on both charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so hold on, please. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 CC 00006, Peacock Liquors, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 CC 00006, Peacock Liquors, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. The board will take this matter under advisement and we'll issue a decision accordingly. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You're welcome. All right. Bye-bye.
We log off?
Yes, you can log off now, sir. Yes, the hearing is over. And we are now at the end of our calendar for the morning, and so let us now do our agenda items. All right, the first agenda that we'll do this morning, it's our legal agenda, alcoholic beverages. The first matter on this agenda is a review of a notice of 7th emergency rulemaking, Adams Morgan moratorium zone. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there this emergency rulemaking? Is there a second?
Board Member Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of motion for reinstatement of license. This is for DMV Convenience Mark, license number 127876. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second your motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Jones, I'm sorry, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's do our notice of meeting, legal agenda, alcohol addendum. The first matter on this agenda, it's a review of an offer in compromise. This is for ABCA, license number 094795. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failed to file the required quarterly statement. This is a secondary tier violation, statutory authority. DC Code Section 25113B2A. There is a $500 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Other terms, they should submit pending quarterly statements if they have not been submitted as yet. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. There are 7 agenda items on this agenda. I will review all 7 items. I will make a recommendation, and then I'll make a motion that the ABC board approves the recommendations made by the chair. Number 1, it's review of the medical cannabis testing laboratory remediation requirements notice of second emergency rulemaking. The recommendation is approval. Number 2, review of request for continuance cease and desist. This is for Street Lawyer Services. This is an unlicensed establishment. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review of consent order resolving board order number 2024-660. This is smoke jumpers. This is in response to 24 ULC 00031. Recommendation approval. Number 4, review of consent order resolving board order number 2024-693. This is for gifted curators. This is regarding case number 24 ULC 00036. Recommendation approval. Number 5, review of consent order resolving board order number 2024-790. This is the Garden, DC, and Anthony Woodland regarding case number 24 ULC 00045. Recommendation approval. Number 6, review of joint request to vacate board order. This is Smoke Island 9 Inc. and Margaret D. Grove and Charles W. Davis regarding 24 ULC 00004. Recommendation denial. And number 7, review of hearing request cease and desist. This is for Happy Bud regarding case number 24 ULC 00047. Recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves the recommendations made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Misa Casa, license number 117679. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Restaurante La Perla, license number 060535. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review request for a nonprofit corporation auction permit for an auction fundraiser event featuring alcoholic beverage donations to be held from 8:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. on December 16th, 2024 at the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. This request has been made from the Choral Arts Society of Washington. The license number is 24SC01143. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review request for approval to provide a gift of a TV for display that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Calvert Woodley Fine Wine and Spirits. Their license number is 129692. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, and their license number is 124554. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our notice of meetings supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is review of request to withdraw the application for a transfer with sale and cancel the active temporary operating retail permit issued in board order number 2024-649. This request is from Sohal Wine and Spirits, license number 129978. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review request to withdraw the application for a new ABC license. This is for La Quinta, license number 130677. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review request for a refund of licensing fees paid due to withdrawal of the application for a new ABC license. This is for La Quinta, license number 130677. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the licenses issued for the reasons below. I will list the licenses, and at the end, I will make a motion that a license be canceled. The first one is Charlie Palmer Steak, license number 091096. The licensee requested cancellation. Number 2, Charlie Palmer Steak, license number 060654. The licensee requests cancellation. And the third is City Tavern Club, license number 000801. The licensee did not pay the safekeeping fee within 30 days. I therefore make a motion that ABC board cancel these licenses. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 12 licensees, applicants. I'm going to read all 12, the type of license that's been requested, the establishment, the date, the license number, and the attendee. And at the end of the list, I will make a recommendation, ask the ABC board to approve the recommendations. The first request is a request from Madeline Sargent. This is for one-day license class F. This is for fundraiser. This is December 13th. The license number is 130816, and it's 65 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 2, a request from Michael Amatalangelo, Amatangelo. This is for one-day license class F. This is the Naval Command Holiday Party. This is December 12th. The license number is 130817, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 3, a request from Diana Movius, Movius, a one-day license class F. This is ballet performance. This is December 13th. The license number is 130818, 120 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 4, request from Missouri Suggs, Mizzzzuri Suggs, Suggs, a one-day license class G holiday party. This is December 14th. The license number is 130758, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 5, a request from Millicent Hawkins, one-day license class G, 50th birthday party. This is December 12th. The license number is 130789, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 6, another request from Millicent Hawkins, a one-day license class G holiday party, December 26th. The license number is 130790, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 7, a request from Julio Castillo, a one-day license class G, a wedding, April 26, 2025. The license number is 130687, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 8, a request from Andrew Countryman, a one-day license class G Christmas party, December 14th. The license number is 130824, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 9, a request from Torrance Swain, a one-day license class G, excuse me, live music. This is December 30th. The license number is 13063. 220 attendees, 10 security guards. Approval. Number 10, A request from Dog Days, 1 day substantial change. It's a holiday event. The nature of the substantial change to have live music and to have live entertainment, including a DJ. This is December 21st. The license number is 123636. Substantial change license is 24 SC 01150. Approval number 11. A request from Project DC Events. This is the DC 1C pub crawl. This is on this January 11th, 2025, was conditional approved on June 26, 2024. And so we're asking to approve, the license number is 105182. The substantial change license is 24 PCE 00021, asking for approval for 2,000 participants. And number 12, Regmo Promo Holden Hink, a pub crawl. This is a hip hop and R&B bar crawl MLK weekend. This is January 18th, 2025, was condition approved on 9/25/24. The license number is 104072, substantial change license 24 PCE 00027, approval for 1,000. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves the recommendations made by the chair. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. We now move to the Alcohol License Administrative Docket for Wednesday, December the 11th, 2024. There are 9 requests on this application, and so without any objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approves the Alcohol License Administrative Docket for Wednesday, December 11th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On this agenda, there are 17 requests. Applicants, I'm going to review all 17 applications. And at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the ABC board members approve the recommendations made by the chair. So number 1, this is the conditional applications. Review request to convert standard application to a conditional retailer license. This is for Daily Office Solutions LLC, license number 130787. The recommendation for approval. Number 2, review of social equity application for conditional retail license. This is for DC Exotica LLC, license number 129058. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review of social equity application for conditional internet retail license. This is for DC Exotica LLC, license number 129059. Recommendation approval. Number 4, review of social equity application for conditional retail license. Eric Downing, license number 128999, recommendation denial. Number 5, review of standard application for conditional retail license. Street Lawyer Services DC, license number 130802, recommendation approval. Number 6, review of standard application for conditional retail license. This is for JK Entity LLC, license number 130806, recommendation approval. Number 7, review of standard application for conditional retail license. This is for Canna, CANNAART, license number 130807, recommendation approval. Standard retailer number 8, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery, educational testing, and safe use treatment facility endorsement. This is for smoke jumpers, license number 128465, recommended placard. Number 9, review of standard application for new retail license with delivery endorsement, Street Lawyer Services DC, license number 12759, recommendation placard. Number 10, review of standard application for new retail license with delivery endorsement, Holistic District, license number 129436, recommendation placard. Number 11, review of social equity application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for Proper Exotic, license number 128697, recommendation placard. Number 12, review of social equity application for new internet retail license. This is Joint Delivery, license number 128710, recommendation placard. Number 13, review of standard application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. This is Best Stop Dispensary, license number 129285. This recommendation of fact finding. Request number 14, review of denial appeal of social equity application for conditional internet retail license. This is for SVT LLC, license number 128719, recommendation approval. Number 15, review of second safekeeping extension request for an additional 36 days for a manufacturer license. This is for Capital City Care, license number 125472, recommendation approval. Number 16, review of second safekeeping extension request for an additional 36 days for retailer Capital City Care, license number 117375, recommendation approval. Number 17, review of request to eliminate the biannual report requirement. This is a request from the Regulated Cannabis Association of DC. The recommendation, this is an FYI. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And our final agenda for the morning, it's the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. On this docket, there are 4 applicants, and without objections, I make a motion that ABC board approves the medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The board has now dispensed with its morning calendar and its morning agenda, and so therefore the board will be in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. 2 p.m. this afternoon will be in recess. Thank you very much. Have a great morning. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson, Chairman of the Board. Joining me this afternoon are four other board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon, and that constitutes a quorum. In reviewing our calendar for this afternoon, we have, I think we have on our 5 cases that's on our calendar this afternoon. I will call the cases. Basically, if you have any issues in connectivity, please you can connect us with us through the chat, and our IT assistants will help you. All right, so let me call the first case. The first case that's on our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00083 Kiddis Lounge, license number 119361. This hearing has been rescheduled to February 5th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. The next case that's on our calendar is a protest hearing for case number 24 PRO 00105, Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, license number 95032. This hearing has been rescheduled to January 15th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. The next case that's on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00109. 00109, JK Entity, license number 128510. This hearing is canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case that's on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00110, Pipe Dreams, license number 127406. This hearing has been rescheduled to January 15th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. The one case then that's on our calendar for this afternoon is case number 24 PRO 00098, Save on Liquors, license number 116481. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriel. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the protestants, and the witnesses for this case?
Good afternoon. Daryl Repertoire, your access has been elevated. Manala Mahmood, your access has been elevated. And Investigator Tavero Prout, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Am I on?
I can hear you, sir, but I can't see you.
We're trying. We're sitting right here with the computer.
Well, I cannot. Yes, I can see you. All right, fine.
And Judy is here with me. We both signed up for this.
All right, that's fine. Miss Mom, all right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a protest hearing. This is a protest for a transfer of a license. Let me have the parties identify themselves. Let me start with the licensee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is Manal Mahmood with Malios O'Brien and Sandground on behalf of applicant MANA LLE MAH MOUD, and accompanied by my colleague, Mr. Stephen O'Brien, STEPHEN O'BRIEN, and the applicant Nanlal Gavaria, NANDLALGEVARIA.
Good afternoon. Mr. Ruperto, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Spell your name and state it. Yes, my name is Daryl Ripito, spelled DARREL. Ripetto is spelled Rippeteau.
And you are the protestant, sir?
Yes, and
So you're the protestant and the abutting property owner. You're the only person protesting, or is it you and your wife protesting this? Are you the only person protesting the transfer?
No, we both are, sir.
What is your name, ma'am?
Judith, Judith. Sometimes it's Judy. Last name is Rippeteau.
All right, good afternoon. All right, this is a protest, this is a transfer. It's my understanding that initially this matter was being protested by the ANC and the abutting property owner, and it appears that a settlement agreement was signed between the ANC and the and the licensee. And I guess I need to find out from the Ripetto. Are you in favor of us granting the license with conditions, or are you in favor, or is it your position that we should not allow this license to be transferred?
we do not object to having the license transferred. We've said repeatedly, we've been shopping at Save On Liquors for years. Their staff there are our friends. Our difficulty, which we've put in writing to many people, is that the build out of the Save On Liquors space proposed for 1534 14th Street will once and for all make it impossible for that building to comply with 12 DCMR 803, which is to provide a space indoors for the tenants, the residential tenants upstairs, to take their garbage and trash to the trash room without going out onto 14th Street in front of our building and then down the alley, total walking distance of 140 feet out in the public space. And 12 DCMR is very specific. We've about taking your trash within the common space on the premises, on the property. That's our objection. And if the liquor store were going to move in and yet the residential tenants could take their trash to the trash room without going outside in the neighborhood, we would have absolutely no further comment. And thank you.
Miss Mom, I'm somewhat confused, and I'm probably going to end up taking a break to go consult with our legal office. But what is the licensee's position regarding the protest issue?
Well, Mr. Chair, that brings us to our first matter. We would like to make an oral motion to dismiss this protest for a lack of jurisdiction. As the protestants have just explained, as was explained in their initial protest letter, as was reinforced in their protest information form, their sole issue in this matter right now has to do with the residential units above of applicants' premises. It has to do with their trash removal plans. And they are asking this board to review compliance with DC building codes. We don't believe that's a cognizable matter in this proceeding right now before us. In fact, per Coffee District of Columbia, cited at 413 A2nd 152, 1980, the board has neither the jurisdiction nor the expertise to review housing or building codes. That's exactly what this matter right now is dealing with, and that is the relief that protestants are asking for.
I'm sorry, give me the name of the case again. I wrote the citation down, but what's the name of it, please?
Of course, it's COPFF, K-O-P-F-F, v. District of Columbia, ABC Board, and it's the 1980 case.
Anything else that you need to say regarding this issue?
No, Mr. Chair.
And so, Mr. Ripito, I'm just trying to I want to make sure that it's clear in my mind again. Your sole reason for protesting this transfer is that it's regarding the disposal of not their trash, but the disposal of your trash or the residents' trash in the building. Is that correct?
Sir, to clarify, it's not our trash. We are next door. We have our own trash storage and contract for pickup. There are 4 residential units at 1530 14th Street upstairs from the liquor store. Those units, as the building is now arranged and is to be arranged with the liquor store build out, those 4 units will have to walk down the stairs and go out the front door onto 14th Street carrying their garbage. And they will then have to carry the garbage in front of our building and around the alley next to our building to get to the back door of the 1534 property. That's the problem. And I might also add the reference 12 DCMR is current in recent years, 2017 or something like that. It's not 1980. And so I don't know anything about the other laws that were mentioned by the attorneys,
2017.
but it's it's in the materials we submitted, in the papers we submitted. The 12 DCMR 803 is dated 2017. And the district, does update the codes and adopt these regulations, especially relating to residential occupancy. And the thing about trash disposal is it has to do with the cleanliness of our neighborhood and keeping the place, the neighborhood rat-free. And so 308 is referred to as rubbish and garbage, and it's very specific in what the residential building is required to have. Again, we know the store, Save On Liquors, it's not their building. They just want to rent there. We get that. The trouble is that their build out, that there is no current way for the residents, for the 4 apartments to get to the trash room, except to go out of doors. And once the build out for Save On is done, that'll be permanent. It would have to be demolished, and the space would have to be made to make it possible for the residents to take their trash indoors to the trash room. And I should say indoors on a common path. There are terms of art in the code there about that.
The question I want to ask you, sir, is the violation that you're talking about of 12 DCMR 803. It's 803 point what?
I'm sorry. 308. It's confusing because when it was updated, it changed from section 803 under.
So it's what's the citation? So it's 12 DCMR. What's the citation?
308.
308.
Well, rubbish and garbage.
Is the violation going to be committed by the licensee? So who would commit the violation? So is it that the licensee itself who you believe is going to violate that provision, or are you saying just having the licensee in that space, that provision would be compromised, would be violated?
Neither. First, sir, the owner is charged with conformance with these regulations.
Okay.
The regulations, DCMR, refer to the owner of every occupied premises shall supply, and so forth. So it's the owner who must do this. As for, is the liquor store going to, is the liquor store, the only trouble with the liquor store is that their build out will use all of the space and there will be no space left for the tenants upstairs to come through the building and go to the trash room. So unfortunately, building out the liquor store or any store fully on that ground floor and cellar will enable the trouble with the trash room.
But you're the abutting property owner, so are you? And maybe Ms. Mahmood, I don't know. Maybe you can respond to this question for me, because I'm going to take a break in shortly. How did this? Is there a jurisdictional issue? Is this an abutting property owner? I don't know. At this juncture, I'm confused. So, based on the alleged violation, are they an abutting property owner?
Yes, Mr. Chair, they were given standing as abutting property owners for this matter. However, we would like to reiterate that, right, the applicant is just the tenant in this premises. They signed a lease with the landowner. They are not the landowners in this. They are not the landlord, and they did not submit the building plans. But per your initial question, they were granted standing as abutting property owners.
But are they in the same bill? I guess I'm asking aloud. How are they abutting property owners?
Their walls touch.
So the walls touch. I'm get to you, sir. Hold on. I'm getting. I just want to make sure it's clear in my mind. So the walls does touch. I'm sorry. What is it that you wanted to say, sir?
Technically speaking, we share a party wall, sir. One structural wall along part of the properties supports both our building and the 1534 building. The remaining part, 1534, has a face-on-line wall on two sides of our property, and that constitutes abutting.
Okay. And you're saying it's 12 DCMR section 308?
12G.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I know, it's,
12G, sir.
isn't it?
Just a minute, please.
We're looking right at it, but it's.
I'm sorry. What is 12? I'm sorry. It's what? 12 what?
12G 308, 12-G, Property Maintenance Code Supplement of 2017. Construction Code Supplement 2017. And it's the
Section 308.
rubbish and garbage, and that's it.
Okay.
We also submitted this information, sir, as exhibits.
Right. It's all submitted in writing.
It's all submitted as, I don't have I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
Okay.
But I will look at it. All right.
May I mention one other thing?
You can put your hand up. I'm going to get back to you, Ms. Ward. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
We did investigate because we wouldn't, go on about this lightly. We don't take this lightly at all. We certainly are very concerned about the rubbish in the public space, but we did go to the city and at the Department of Buildings, and finally we were able to meet personally with Jim. Not meet personally, but we were able to communicate with Jim Anderson, who did send us, and this is also in the bundle.
paper.
It's our exhibit number 5, and Mr. Anderson, Staff Attorney, Office of Documents and Administrative Issuances, Office of the Secretary, Executive Office of the Mayor, said, correct, Title 12 is the building code, and it applies. Amen. I mean, period. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Mahmood.
Mr. Chair, we just wanted to clarify that our jurisdiction objection was not objecting to them as abutting property owners, but refers to COPS, where the jurisdiction to review compliance with DC housing or DC building codes.
No, I know. I'd asked the question. I had raised it was their jurisdictional issues because at least what I heard from the protestants, they were talking about tenants in another building to say that's who it is going to impact. That's what I heard, to say that tenants in another building would be impacted, and I didn't hear that they would be impacted. So that's one of the reasons why I'm saying I was asking the question: how are they abutting property owners if there's no impact on them? Maybe I'm not hearing correctly, but I'm just trying to get it in my mind to know. So I'll know what the issues are, what the concerns are. I know that, yeah, that's why I'd asked the questions, because I was somewhat confused. All right. Yes, ma'am. Do me a favor. Do me a favor, please. Because we have a court reporter, so just identify yourself when you speak. Ma'am.
Certainly. My name is Judy Ripito. I just want to make sure you're aware that these 4 residences are in the same, they're above Savon Liquor, the mercantile space where Savon Liquor wants to be. Are you're aware of that, sir?
I'm not aware. This is that's why I'm asking the question.
Yes, and that
Yeah.
is the case. They're not in a separate building from the mercantile space that Savon Liquor would be housed. They're above it.
Yeah, no, I'd heard that, but then because you weren't speaking necessarily of yourself,
No,
that's what I was trying to go ahead.
Our trash is all fine. We're good to go. And we've been this way for over 20 years now. So we're all good with our trash. It's the fact that next door, 4 apartments are going to be forced to carry their trash and garbage out into 14th Street around our building. And I would draw your attention to one last item, one last exhibit, which is from our tenant on the ground floor. We have a mercantile tenant on the ground floor. An important.
So so you are the building owner?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
1530.
Okay.
Not 1534. We're 1530 in the next door on the party wall.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Now it makes better sense to me, because you are referencing tenants, and so I'm saying, you are granted standing as the abutting property owner. So, okay, but now that you said that you're actually the building owner of the abutting property, then okay, all right, I'm fine with that. Okay. Any other representation you want to make? I'm going to go into executive session. I'm going to go into executive session and speak to our attorney. So I'm just trying to flush out all the issues here, so at least it's clear in my mind where to go with this protest, and so we can raise all the issues. Yes, ma'am. We can raise all the issues. Now I'm going to have the other board members, if they have any questions, they can ask about this, and then I need to go consult with our attorney to figure out where to go from here. Go ahead, ma'am. You wanted to say something else.
Yes, Judy Ripito again. I just want to make sure that when you do read the section 308, that you're focusing on section 308.2.1, speaking of a common space within the property for all all tenants. That's what is very important to us, that it would be within the property, the common space, that you would not have to go outside of the property to carry your trash to. So I'd like you to really look at that particular part of the section, please, sir.
Okay, so
Thank you.
all right, the applicant, any other comments you want to make regarding regarding your motion? You filed this, you're making an oral motion, so is there anything else that you want to, any other issue you want to raise regarding this motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to reiterate that the applicant is the tenant downstairs and has nothing to do with the residential tenants located above the premises. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any questions by any board members of this procedural issue of either the protestants or the applicant?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
So, Mr. and Mrs. Repertoire, thank you for being here. I do have a question about just assuming we have jurisdiction over this issue. Can you explain to me how you are impacted by this trash situation? If the residents of the building next to you have to bring their trash outside, how are you impacted by that?
We share the party wall, so the front of our building is adjacent to the front of the building next door where the liquor store would go. And the residential tenants carrying their garbage would come down their stairs and pass in front of both of our facades. And then they would turn and go down the alley. Our lot is 100 feet deep, so they would go to the back. Total of 140 feet out in the public carrying their garbage. And then they have to get their key out and unlock a back door and go into the garbage room to deposit their garbage. So number one, that's not permissible per the code. That's just number one, is we would like to have the city enforce the code on matters like this because it has to do with keeping the neighborhood neat and tidy. And number two, carrying the garbage in front of our building and in front of the tenants who are trying to do mercantile business. Our tenant on the ground floor is a gallery, Neptune and Brown. They're sort of a neighborhood institution now. They wrote a letter, which is our exhibit number 6, asking for relief from this eventuality of having people carry their trash. One reason we included the pictures showing what is trash is this is a lot. We lease out 2 apartments upstairs from us, and we have an apartment, and we know what it's like for the trash. We have contracts for trash hauling, but there's a lot of material that goes into apartments. In fact, we all know this. There's a lot. Residential trash is a serious issue, and it should not be carried out into the public space. There's no law against it as far as we know. You can walk out in public. You can carry a bag of garbage down the street, right? You can walk out of your apartment or your home and you can carry it around town. The thing is, you can't ever set it down. That's dumping. You can't put it in a public trash can. Those cans have notices on them that say, oh, no residential refuse. So residential refuse is controlled by the code, and the DCMR, the 12, specifies that you have to handle it inside the premises, in the common space, inside the property. It's not handled out in the public space. And we wish that would be, because it does have an impact on the neighborhood, and the rat control situation is something, if everybody has to be on it at all times, and carrying bags of garbage around is probably
Does that answer your question?
It's a terrible thing to do.
Thank you.
Any questions by any of the board members? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
I'm not sure who can answer the question, the applicant or the protestant, but with respect to the nature of the application, obviously alcohol license, but would the build out be necessary for a business to operate at that location regardless of the nature of the entity?
Mr. Grant, the building is already built out and the premises for tenants' location is already built out.
Okay.
I don't think a permit has been issued for that, has it?
No.
Certificate of occupancy has not yet been issued for tenants' premises.
The tenant premises haven't been built, have they?
They have.
There's no permit has ever been put up.
It's being built out right now, but the space is built out.
Well, that's a different, the conversation that we're having, that's a conversation for, but at least not for ABCA. That's for a different entity. So, I mean, this is a protest hearing on whether or not we should grant a license under one of the issues that this board has jurisdiction to protest. All right, that this board has jurisdiction over. Are any other comments by either? Yes, Mr. Rapporteur.
When we learned about this issue with the trash and the 4 apartments and the trash, it came about because of the alcohol board. And we were called upon to participate because we live next door. And then we learned that there never was, that there has not been built anything like a passageway or a stair so that the tenants could take their garbage out. But we immediately protested. We brought up and raised the issue, gosh, are people going to carry their garbage out front? And this was at least 2 months ago.
It's in September.
It's in September. And part of our issue is, landlord, fix this now. Don't wait until progress is made on construction for the tenant build out. Fix this. Well, we tried to get people to pay attention to this and not rush ahead and build something that would make it permanently impossible for the tenants to take their trash out per code. I don't know what to say, but and also I'm not sure there is a permit posted.
I haven't seen one.
Now, we have seen people taking materials in there, including on Thanksgiving morning.
Yes.
So.
All right. I guess the issue, and I need to get clear in my mind, is that it doesn't matter what type of establishment that will be in that space. There will be an issue. There'll be an issue with trash.
Correct.
Irrespective of the establishment. So whatever business is, from what you're basically stating is that within this built out, if there is a business in the space, there's going to be an issue with trash, not the trash itself from the business, but there'll be an egress is required for the residents' trash. That's what we're being stated, right? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, sir, but it's not mutually exclusive. That is, their architect could easily design a way for the
I got it. I'm talking. That's what I'm saying. Irrespective of what, as long as a business is going in that space, there's going to be an issue with trash. But the trash issue, it's not the business's trash, but the trash for the residents. Is that correct?
Agreed. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other comment that needs to be made at this time? I'm gonna any other comment that needs to be made? All right. Do you have a question, Board Member Meadows?
I just wanted to make a comment that what
Uh,
I'm reading,
No, hold on, Mr. No, Mr. Meadows.
yes,
Not us reading. Legal is going to give us an interpretation, so of what the law is. So if you have a question, that's one of the reasons I'm going to go in executive session to have legal provide us some recommendation. But if you have a general question that you want to ask either the applicant or the protestant, you can, but not your reading of the regulations, because I don't know what the regulation is, and only our legal office can give us their interpretation of the regulation.
well, certainly I have read the regulation, but beyond that, Mr. Ripto, are you saying that this building next door to you, they don't have any back entrance to dispose of their garbage?
The building has a back door and it has a trash area as best we understand it. But the tenants in the in the 4 residential apartments cannot reach it without going outdoors and going around in front of our building and then along the alley. So they
Outside the
can't,
property.
they cannot do it via common space as is written in the regulations. They have to go out and walk around in the public space.
Okay, I understand your argument. Thank you.
All right. Any other question by any other board members? All right. Okay. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 PRO 00098 Save on Liquors, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 257A4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones. I can't hear you, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As it appears the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. The board will, we're going to log off. You can stay there, and I'm hoping that we should be back. We'll come back as soon as we can. Okay, so just hold tight. We're off the record until we come back on. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stop the video, that's what you should do.
They did.
Oh, they did, yeah.
We're back on the record. Off camera. Oh. All right, the board went into executive session. We're back on the record. The board went into executive session because there was a legal issue that the board had to address with its attorney to just get some further information from a legal perspective. A motion to dismiss was filed by the applicant. In reviewing in listening to the arguments, I move that the board dismiss the motion because even if it's true, the violation does not rise to an appropriateness violation under Title 25. The alcohol law's appropriateness standard requires a showing that there is a nexus between the establishment's operation or the patrons and the appropriateness statutes such as trash and litter. In this case, the true issue or violation of the regulations raised by the protestants will solely be committed by the residents, not the ABC establishment. Therefore, at best, this is not a case about the establishment's trash or its patrons' trash, but rather the residents of the building's trash, which has no nexus to the operation of the business, which does not raise to an appropriateness issue. Therefore, with the case limited to the issue of compliance with Title 12-G by residents separate from the business, the case should be dismissed. So therefore, I make a motion that the matter be dismissed. Is there any discussions? Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. What this means is that we will advise the agency to move forward with the issuance of the license. The repertoires, if this is an issue that if you believe it's still an issue, it has to be addressed by a different agency. And it's not an issue that our agency can address. One of the questions I'd asked you before was if this was not an ABCA license, you would still have this issue. Any business that goes into the space, this is going to be an issue. So this is an issue that has to be addressed by a different agency, not by our agency. And so that's one of the reasons why the board voted to dismiss your protest. And okay, if you are welcome to, if you object on the record, you are welcome to state that you object, and the reasons why you object. You have that right to state that. I can't hear you, sir. If you're speaking, I cannot hear you. Can you hear her? Okay. So you need to turn your mic on. You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Very sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm certainly not very good at this method. We are not attorneys, so we don't really know if we're saying the right thing. We object to having the garbage carried in front of our building through the public space. We get it that the alcohol board is involved with the issues that are different. It's not base building code issues. But we did ask in our application to you if you would pause this business with the alcohol so that we could at least get the Department of Buildings to enforce the code. But we'll put up, we'll go away and
Did you consider pausing it, sir? In your discussions?
I don't know when you can always file something. You can file. You did not make this an issue before, and why don't you just put something in writing, ask the board to pause its decision, and we will consider it. I don't want to take a break, so why don't you put something in writing?
We did, sir, in our.
Well, I don't know that, but this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking you to do now. The board issued. We're going to issue a board order, dismissing your complaint. We're going to do that in writing. Once the board issues its decision, or you could put something in writing. You can send put something in writing to ABCA Legal to state that you're asking us to pause and give the reasons why. Okay, so just put something in writing to say that you're asking the board to pause issuing a license and to give the reasons why you want the board to pause.
we will reissue this. It says it all here.
Well, as I said, just do it over again, because you had filed documents. They're not in the record. The board didn't necessarily review those documents prior. So, sir, this is okay. Let me explain to you how this goes, sir. We have a hearing, and I know you're not lawyers, okay? So we have a hearing, and so now that we have this hearing, this is when you make the arguments at the hearing. So although you might have filed documents as part of the hearings, those documents would come up today in this hearing that we're having. So because we did not have the hearing, those documents did not come up. So what I'm saying to you now, if that, because if the documents came in as motion, say for example, if you had filed a motion to say I'm filing a motion to do XYZ, the board would have acted on the motion. But you provided information to us, and those documents or that information in the documents would not be. Today is the first day that the board would actually review the documents and make a decision based on what's in the documents today. So what I'm saying to you now, sir, is that the board issued a decision. You can refile those documents to say that this is what I want the board to do. I want the board to pause its decision based on these reasoning. The board then will now look at that decision, and then will make a decision based on what's filed now. Because we know that the board made a decision, you disagree, you're asking the board to make another decision based on the decision that was made today. Okay, there's a difference.
But sir,
yes, ma'am, go ahead.
You never looked at the documents of the petition, the PIF?
Why did we?
No, we don't. Hold on. You submit the PIF 5 days before the hearing.
7.
Today is the day of the hearing. Today is the first day that you would now bring these documents to say, I have document, and we have testimony, and you introduce these documents into the record, and the board will now look at these documents today. Because one of the things that the board does, we don't want to be reading documents beforehand, so therefore we come to a hearing and we've already made up our mind. So therefore, we listen to the information that's presented at the hearing. We review the documents during the hearing. We don't review the documents prior to the hearing to get what the board would do. We could review the case report, but we don't want to come to a hearing. We know what issues are already. We're already make up our minds to say, okay, well, I've already read this. I don't need to listen to any testimony today. No, at least how I view these is that you submit the documents. We have the hearing today. We have testimony on the documents, and during the hearing, the board will review the documents that came up at the hearing and after the hearing. But in the sense of prior to the hearing, unless it's a motion that was filed that the legal office would review, and then the board would vote on any issues or motions that were raised in your complaint. And so that's why I'm saying is that the board made a decision today. You're going to send an email or some note. You're going to file a motion, and basically you're going to say, I am asking the board to hold on 1 minute, please. I'm asking the board to pause its decision for these reasons, because either that we're going to go to a different agency to stop this matter, or first and foremost, if the board, yeah, yeah, that's it. You're asking for a stay of a decision. That's what you're asking for, to pause. So just or you're making an oral art. You're making an oral motion for us to stay the decision. That's what you're asking us to do. Is that correct?
Yes, in our protest form, we asked for a pause.
Okay, all right. And so
we wrote it.
All right, sir. All right. The board will review your motion to stay, and then we will make a decision on that motion. So we will issue a decision. So there are two decisions we're going to issue. We're going to issue a decision to dismiss your protest for the reasons that's cited. And the second decision that the board will make, the board will also issue a decision on you asking for stay. And are you saying the reason why you're asking for stay, it's already in your PIP?
Yes,
Yes?
Yes.
yes.
All right.
Yes, we wrote it all out
Okay.
on these 4 paragraphs,
Okay. All right.
which we sent in last week.
All right. The board then will make a decision on your stay. I don't know whether or not, Miss Mahmoud, if your office had responded to that. So if you want to respond to say that you agree or disagree with the stay, you are welcome to do that, to file a motion to the stay that's being requested.
Do we need to do we need to get an attorney, sir?
I can't tell you that if you need to get an attorney, sir. That's a decision that you have to make. But I think you have. I don't think you have done anything wrong so far. And I would have preferred if yes. What are you saying, sir?
It's okay. Keep going, sir.
Yeah, I would have. I'll stop while I'm ahead. You're fine, sir. We will issue a decision, and you can also take that to an attorney and see if you so desire, whether or not this is something that you need to pursue. But the board will issue its decision, and we will also issue a decision on your request on a stay.
And sir, when will that happen?
This is the board usually has 90 days to issue a decision. I believe that we will issue a decision in due course, but I'm not sure how long it will take the legal office to write the decision. So we'll write a decision, and then we will also issue a motion on the state. The decision is not going to come out tomorrow, okay? Because it's going to take probably another 3 weeks for the transcript to come out. So the decision will not be issued at least for the next 3-4 weeks, because it's going to take about 3 weeks for the transcript to be issued, for our attorney to read the transcript and to write what is. I mean, I'm not quite sure if in this particular case, because it's in motion, if that will be done. But I would say I don't believe that you might have maybe a couple of weeks before the decision is issued. I don't know when it will be issued, but it's not going to be issued tomorrow.
Now, sir, you mentioned we had to resubmit the stuff we'd already sent to you, but we don't now.
All right, I'll just you've made a motion for stay.
Yes.
You have made it on the record,
Yes.
and the record will reflect that you have stated that you have filed the documents already that supports your motion while you're asking for a stay.
Yes.
So you don't have to file anything else.
Okay, and when once the decisions are made, we're notified by email, sir? By your
Yes,
office?
I believe the agency has. You have received the same way you have received information about this hearing today. You have received through email. Is that correct?
From Ms. Goodwin, yes.
Yes. So you'll continue to receive information through that channel.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Mahmoud, if you want to file a motion, there's a motion on the table to stay the proceeding. It's my understanding that that information is in the PIP. And so if you want to respond to it, you are welcome to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions, concerns before I adjourn?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ripitor. Any other questions you want to raise today, sir?
I think we're good.
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, have a great day then. All right, bye-bye. Thank you, Mr. Prout. All right, thanks. All right. Oh, it's tomorrow. All right, if there's no further business, let me adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on December 12th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for December 12th, as published in the DC Register on December 6th. Is there a second?
Board Member Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now has been properly seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. Thank you. Have a great day.